Alrighty. Good afternoon, everybody. How we all doing today? I was gonna say a bit of a late start. We haven't really established a pattern with how the Rogue Tuesdays are gonna work yet, timing wise. This is later than I had intended to start. But I had a late shift at work last night. Took a bit out of me, like physical energy wise. So we are starting a bit later today than I had planned, as such. And as a result of that, this stream will be a little bit shorter today. Hopefully, I'm hoping we can get the prologue as such finished this stream. I'm not sure how long it goes for. It was it felt like we were coming up to sort of the conclusion of the prologue at the end of last stream, but we'd already, like, that stream had already gone long as such, due to, like, the first hour plus was spent on character creation, and then, like, the last hour was spent on, like, leveling up all the party members into their 4th level, because that required basically going through all the skills on everybody, and it took a bit of time and reading and thinking, and there's still going to be some bog down there because I'm still very much learning the systems for this game. But yeah, I think we're just going to jump in. How are we sounding audio level wise? Do I sound alright? Looking at my volume monitors, it looks like things should be balanced okay. Yeah, so we'd fought the guys that came in from the lift here, and then that got us to level 4 on all the party members.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Which we'd then done the level up for level 4 and everybody, which took us quite a while. What did I end up? That's right, voice of command buff. Like half of it sticks around, and I think I got a similar thing on her. No, hers. Okay, no, hers allows her to get angry quicker. Her is what I'm thinking of. When she gives out buffs, she gives out an extra buff that hangs around for the rest of combat, and he got big angry charge. Charge 5 or more, and get +9 damage. Now that might seem like it's all very straightforward. Why did it take so long to do the level ups for that? Because I had to read through everything to sort of work out what it is I wanted. And I'm expecting the bridge is going to be the final area for the prologue here. I had kind of wanted to push into it at the end of last stream, but yeah, we'd already been going for quite a while. Instead now.
Did I mention that?
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Oops.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
You are here. But where is the Lord Captain?
There was... Hang on. Wind that back a second. There was a thing we could have clicked on. I went too far forward. Hey, Ryu, how's it going? Also, hey, Fluff, hey, Kuro, hey, Zelda, and hey, Wiki. Welcome, everybody. Was one of the tooltips, when in doubt, save?
And the taste for adventure. I always get the job done.
I am at your service.
Okay, that didn't actually tell us anything, but we did leave stuff behind.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
You are here. But where is the Lord Captain?
Edelthred looks somewhat harrowed, but is in one piece. He glances at you, then over your shoulder, clearly alarmed. Theodora von Valencius is dead. I found her and the arch-militant in her study.
God Emperor, preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head.
Hey, Nix. It goes well so far, but we're still only just in the, like, tutorial, as it were. Yeah, Fab did it. It's fucking awesome. That's the full art for it. It turned out so good. I think Fab is probably asleep at the moment, unfortunately. Time zones are rough and all. Let me...
No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
Edelthred shudders and grabs his shoulders. As you watch, the sleeve of his jacket bursts open and two bone growths pierce through the fabric.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
I forbid you the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat.
Words worthy of a righteous soul. Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of the warp if he gets some help from the bridge.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
Edelthrad stares at you, and his eyes harden with a cold resolve once more. You can see Conrad Voigtgewehr clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
Edelthrad bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. See a wave ripple across the whites of Edelthrad's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. Voigtgewehr, you duplicitous cur, the rogue trader's death will be avenged.
What? Theodora is dead. No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Edelthrad lowers his head, then he sighs and locks eyes with you. His gaze cold, haughty, and fanatical.
Edelthrad, don't!
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Oh, lovely. Horrors of the war.
Don't you dare to cross us!
Your Emperor won't save you!
$140 HP. Okay. We definitely want to clear out the friends before trying to deal with the spooker. Oh, okay. It burns good. And it starts to die quicker, basically, the more damage it takes. It is a Malinji. Hey, Kitsubin. Good call there.
I'll make it happen. It's as good as done.
They're not close enough to use the Furious Recital yet, unfortunately. I don't want to just, like, charge out there.
Doubt is for the weak.
I assume she can't draw line of sight from there. It would indicate otherwise if she could, I think. It's odd that she can't draw line of sight to the Chaos Spawn. I think she actually gets her own turn after this. Oh, okay, wait, hang on. So if I... Okay, that gives us the line of sight indicators.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Ah, dang it, one off. Rip.
You never stood a chance.
Ah, okay. We didn't have access to these until now.
Will do. I serve the ruinous power.
It's nothing.
Alright, now her actual turn.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
So what's the... Oh.
I am his will made manifest!
And so then... "95% miss, lovely.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Why is...
I'll do it. Eradicate it.
Oh, nice. That actually hit. That was a pretty low chance to hit. I assume this is now consuming AP, yeah. Okay, but that costs... Okay, we can't even... Oh, okay, we can. That gives us a whole bunch of extra momentum. Oh, and I should have hit that. God damn it.
Doubt is for the weak.
Can we keep this going? Holy shit.
God Emperor, move through.
How many attacks can you make in one turn?
I'll do it.
Jesus Christ. What a turn. Holy fuck. She killed like almost all the trash by herself and did a bunch of damage to the boss. Good God. Oh boy.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
What does Spooky Scream do to us? Right.
I will do my duty.
Ah. Okay, math hard. I got the squares short by 1.
It will be done. Indeed.
Don't let your guard down. I'll see to it personally. On it.
Smack him again?
Victory is imminent.
I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally.
Was that you? Or
Oh, something went wrong. Actually, where's the log? No? Okay, we need to maybe ease up on the psychic powers then.
but of course.
Yeah, there's a lot to take in. That'll pop an op attack, but hopefully will be okay, maybe. Does this game...
Rejoice in battle!
hold that.
Okay. Let's not do that. So, does it allow for... Can we shoot into melee? While in melee, can we shoot? Should have been my first question.
This is unacceptable.
Does
I
not
refuse.
appear to... Okay. Okay, it matters. The certain weapon types can. Right.
Blessed be the hand of the healer. Guided by faith, I will endure. Stop. My soul shall become like fire.
Okay, does it have some sort of effect? It means its op attacks... Its op attacks are absolutely brutal? Or is it just if you get hit from an op attack, you lose your move?
Ministration is a holy task. That is not the Emperor's will.
Huh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see.
Why did I not foresee this?
At your beck and call.
Okay, so don't get her stuck in melee, basically, is
It will
the...
be done.
Yeah, Dim, how's it going? Oh, hang on. The throw... Give me a second. I know why that's not working. I will fix that. Alright, throw should be working again. Oh, that's... Yeah, 35 degrees, that's getting pretty yuck. And it's like... JP is like... Have you got the, like, humidity going as well? That's extra spicy. You can, like, move around, right? Like, so long as you don't actually leave, the... Oh, you can't once you've attacked, but, like, so long as you don't actually leave the, contested area, you don't cop an off attack.
It's as good as done.
At your beck and call. Target well struck. That's not the Seneschal's job. Victory is imminent.
Yeah, I mean, I said before, like, I consider a good day, like, I don't have to go outside. That's a good day to me. Well, we don't want to be doing psychic damage right now, so...
They who discern the future own the battlefield. Will do.
We had that one, like, fucking awesome turn with her, and then I made mistakes, and it's all sort of gone bad. Alright, we don't want to use any psychic powers at the moment, because we're, like, riding the line. We need to get her out of base-to-base contact.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
But, like, I don't know what's happening with its like, op attack, where it's causing knockdown. This is my own fuck up. I should have tried to go to reposition over that side.
Faith without deeds is worthless. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'll brush this off.
What the hell? What happened? God damn.
Indeed.
I couldn't see anything that's causing the knockdown. That's a good point, combat log. Toughness test to avoid falling prone? Maybe it's from the injury there? Maybe because it did so much damage in a single hit?
I will do my duty. An exemplary strike.
I know BattleTech works like that.
On it. Was that you? Or...
Can she, like, give aid to, like, pick someone up? I guess if she had a medkit, though she's probably not Medicaid trained either, so that wouldn't really...
Anything else?
And she used up her medkits keeping herself alive.
I'll do it. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
What?
I've suffered worse.
So I've brought the main character too close, basically. It's got like reach, so yeah, I was just bad decisions on my part there. So is like can you pick them back up from a down state with a Medicaid?
A tactically sound approach. I'm not interested. I'd rather not.
No. Shit. Hopefully you don't lose XP for being EP at the end of combat.
At your beck and call. It will be done. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Will do. Ah! This is unacceptable.
Does the game count, like, back attacks? Does it have, like, front, rear, side arcs, that sort of thing?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Dude, this is what we want, like,
Minor setback.
I fucked up putting the main character too close. We want Albert, like, taking the combat heat, as it were.
Indeed. Target well struck.
Good question. I did have it. Did I still have it in the title? I meant to put it in the title. What do you call it? It's daring difficulty. There we are.
I will do my duty.
What of course?
Hey, Sancho, how's it going? Well, so, like, part of the reason it's so tanky is all this to do with its, the natural armor thing. So it starts out uber tanky and then sort of degrades as it gets closer to death. I'm not too bad, yeah.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
The bleeding hurts. Unsurprisingly, the Sister of Battle is our primary contributor to making this thing die. I'm enjoying the game quite a lot so far. We've hit our first boss fight, and I got myself knocked down, so good job me. That's just on me for not understanding spacing better.
now.
What the heck? So what? How did he... What? Why did he go prone? What caused the prone? Is it just the, like, the amount of damage, like, you take? Because that 11 compared to his total health of 28, that's, you know, 30-some% of his wound total. Man, did it really roll? It needed a 87 or less, and it rolled a 98. If I'm understanding that correctly. Jumpco. What's the lore behind Warhammer? Woo, boy.
Anything else? That is not my destiny. On it! Pain cleanses the body.
The bleeding is fucking painful. Oh, it's... Oh, I misunderstood. Oof. That is actually very harsh. You've got to apply some level of healing to make the bleeding stop. It is dead. Ow. And, okay, yeah, no, of course. Stupid question earlier. I asked, does the main character going down, mean the main character, like, the character loses XP? But no, we know, the way this game works with its XP is, all XP is pooled. So, like, effectively everyone is at the same level. The level is a party level rather than a, character level. Also, the Steam achievement went pop? Oh! There was a mechanic there that we skipped by accident. Huh. The achievement we got is don't touch this. Playing on daring difficulty or above, you do not let the chaos spawn consume any cultists at the end of the prologue. That thing could have gotten spookier if it started eating cultists. I did not realize that was a mechanic because we killed all the cultists on the first turn because the Sister of Battle went absolutely fucking nuts. We had, like, our first turn in that combat was just, like, crazy good. And then it sort of went bad from there, but apparently it could have gone much worse. I accidentally... Like, my thought was, okay, there's all these cultists that have, like, 9 HP. We want to wipe them out before dealing with the Chaos Spawn, just so that the cultists aren't contributing extra damage to the combat. Apparently that was indeed the right call. Now,
I will lead us to fortune.
I hope you people liked menus. Well, if you don't like menus, what are you doing on this stream? Everything is menus here. We get a characteristic buff, and we get another talent. Oh boy. Oh, that's really nice. It tells you, like, it shows you comparison against other party members as well. So you can sort of, like, work out, So is his one currently 45, and that'd take it up to 50? Because that then gives us a +5 on fellowship rolls, which that actually sounds like a good plan to me. That almost sounds pretty good, since we were just talking about that as well. Willpower resist tests, because, like, our willpower isn't huge, but our fellowship is quite big. We got, like, we just put that up to the 50, so that would almost, like, tie in nicely there. Otherwise... The weapon personalization is kind of tempting on the Hive World thing as well. All ranged weapons deal dealing physical damage have +1 damage, +5 armor pen, +1 rate of fire, and -5 to recoil. I'm thinking we go for like a ranged like order giver, as it were. Ooh, I'm going big. Give me a second. So at all costs, is that the... Where are we? Ooh. Oh, dang it. I can't easily check back. Is the at all costs... That's that one, yeah, so... The target becomes marked. The ally who kills the marked enemy gains an extra turn after the combat. Allied target. All allies... What? At all costs. Wait, can you shoot an ally with at all costs? And it's like the commissar's, like, morale boost in the tabletop where you, like, shoot allies as well? Am I misunderstanding that? Allied target. Hmm. If I had a bolt pistol, I would be kind of tempted to take bolter weapon proficiency. That's actually there's a combo. Bolt pistol, weapon personalization. Because we get another talent at the next level, so... Because we don't currently have a bolt pistol. But we do have other physical-based, That could have been handy. Do not end the warrior's movement. So could you, well, could you use that in a really stupid way? Could you slash, get the extra dodge, step out of, like an op attack with the extra dodge, and then come charging back in? Because we look like we're sort of building on the charge stuff at the moment. That seems like it'd go in well with that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We might go with that. I'm thinking jacked willpower is probably... Yeah. So if you're going for long-range psychic powers, that's actually pretty good. Whenever the Psyker uses a damaging psychic power on targets that are 6 cells or farther, the target suffers an additional +3 damage. Yeah, I was hoping it was scaling off of something else. Scaling off of ballistic skill, that's not great. Because that's basically not going to scale for her. I suppose unless we, like... No, because she has to use the stick, right? So she's not gonna... We're not gonna really have her with much in the way of, like... shooting. What counts as mental damage? Does... I can't... Does... So Psychic Shriek would deal... It's just damage, it's not mental damage. How do I see... how do I see their... So that's from the stick, right? Yeah, it feels like Psychic Shriek at the very least should be mental damage. Wait, is Lightning Arc... Lightning Arc doesn't appear to, do Veil damage? Huh. Well, it's not got Veil damage listed on it. Yeah, I assumed it did. Pain channeling, maybe? Pain channeling, maybe? Can cause them to, like, explode and spread damage. Though it's only the excess, so, a bit, Yeah, Iman, how's it going? I have never heard of this. Mobile games, not really my forte. I'm going to assume +3 damage doesn't scale very far. And as I said, their BS is not likely to go up. So that's kind of like at its maximum, as it were. I mean, the extra range. I might just grab the extra range. Well, I thought she had to be using the stick to get those extra psychic powers. That would be great if you could reduce it to 0. Minimum 1 is... Well, we'll grab this one for the moment to increase the range of her stuff, and then because we got more like talents coming up, I can grab Psychic Barrage if I feel like I'm gonna go into BS on her. Speaking of BS, very tempting. The first hit of each ranged burst attack deals additional damage equal to the weapon's current rate of fire. That could be decent. Huh. Healing an ally with a med kit in combat restores additional wounds equal to Medicae divided by 10. I'm assuming she's already got Medicae because she can use the med kits. Enough bullets for everyone sounds pretty good. Combat Medicae also kind of tempting. Because if we are using her, like, more shooty, that should mean she's, like, free to move around the battlefield, so long as I don't get her... Yeah, rapid reload, I was definitely considering. Okay, she doesn't get one at the next level, does she? Because enough bullets for everyone is gonna play off well. Yeah, I think I grabbed that for the moment, and then like rapid reload will play well into enough bullets for everyone as well. Because that works well with firearm mastery. Yeah. Just shoot more, kill more. Daka daka daka. Yeah, it's really good. Fab fucking knocked it out the park with this one.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
That's one of those, like, really, you don't want the ability proccing, but How's the game treating me so far? I'm really enjoying it so far. Like, a lot. The first, we just did the tutorial boss, which went pretty good, all things considered. We had one character go down, but that was mostly just due to, like me not understanding spacing properly.
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
A noble deed. Let the crew offer prayers for the hero who renounced his impure life in the name of humanity.
That's a little... okay. Where is the guy that was reading out the ship stuff? Fire on the 3rd, shutting off air supply. Extinguished. Depressurization on the 7th block, blocking the airlocks. The ship could use a prayer or two right now, but it's too early for a funeral. My repairmen are already hard at work fixing the damaged compartments. We can and will make it.
Keep your wits about you.
I'm assuming the helmsman is who we need to talk to.
Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry. We'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
How did you people survive in here?
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them. But it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue.
We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It's our only chance of escaping from the warp. Your voice seems to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices of command being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Albert cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
He directs your attention upward to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report and... blast it all to the void! Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
I'm ready to begin the ritual. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice steeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery.
Vision lowers its head, its harrowing gaze boring into you. For but a moment, something changes in Theodora's expression. It almost looks like a shadow of fear. I have already resisted the temptation of the warp once. Whatever you are, you will not cloud my mind with a new illusion.
Resisting the inevitable means only that realization and submission will bring greater torment. There is no power that can hinder the flows of fate.
This violent vow to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirement's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your head begins to spin as vicious drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It's the traitor Voidgear, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. Same terrifying voices seethe from his lips.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The image is scattered by invisible sorcerous winds, and you see Idra, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Are you gonna warp into the Sister of Battle next? A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Albert, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty.
Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
Bravor turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Albert, who is standing next to you.
The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty.
It takes time for Albert to respond. You watch as he grits his teeth, unable to bring himself to say anything. Finally, he adjusts his blood-stained coat, straightens, and begins to speak.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
After waiting out the first wave of shocked cries, Albert glances at you and continues. Say nothing.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
Somewhat British sounding under the distortion. And yeah, there we go. We finished the tutorial. Speaking of, I'm assuming we're now going to get a huge tutorial about, like, doing ship stuff. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Albard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake you over from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. Ah, I see. We have run out of voice acting. Had us worried for a few hours there. Albert offers a thin smile. But after witnessing you fearlessly rush into the fray on the deck, the only thing that surprises me is how long you stayed on your feet. Your strength only left you once the fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most admirable in a Lord Captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. Many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses amongst the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by deputies, while others go unfilled entirely. Now the deck clans are deciding who will take over their leaderless crews. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears that the heretics are deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Witnesses? What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort. Even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this as an opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge. They, in turn, will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voigtgevir? No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, but any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. I am ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the command, relays the order to the adjuncts at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Can you, you can't save from that, okay. Because I'm just thinking we're about to hit, we're 1 hour 50. I'm thinking I might take a short break here, freshen up, grab a cup of coffee, and then delve into what looks like it could be quite a lengthy conversation. Yeah, alright. I will step out briefly, make a cup of coffee, have a stretch, you know, all that usual break stuff. If you need to, you know, grab yourself a drink or a snack or have a stretch or anything, now is the time. Yeah. I will be back shortly. Alrighty, I'm back with a fresh cup of coffee. Yeah, it's just saying, wasn't the best place to take a break, I realize now. No music here, just sort of background noise. Oh, wait, has there been music in it? I just missed it. I took my headphones off when I stepped out. Perhaps you would oh wait, no, did I? Attention officers, you have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Bear von Valencius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard? As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Oh boy, names are going to be... Vigdis Suri Ota of the Tolliman line, our new Voxmaster. It is an honor to serve your lordship, the Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Besides her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or pirate trap. The bearded man, with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good a home to me. So rest assured she's in... this here ship's as good as home to me. So rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our High Factorum Generis Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and general material well-being of the ship. Yeah, that definitely looks like that kind of a fellow. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. That's a whole ass row. I guess, yeah, firefighter necessary. And lastly, the Drives Master. Servant of the Omnissiah. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance involving the complicated manipulation of all the Text Priest's mechadendrites. Is that everyone? Fortunately, our Choir Master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, was head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He's in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valencius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Kunrad Voigtgear's treachery. I'll deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it's possible to do so. It is equally regrettable that 2 more individuals worthy of mention could not join us at this briefing. Master-at-Arms Confessor Adalbert, the Eminent Adalbert, and Confessor Adalbert. The Eminent Adalbert must see to the funeral services being held for the fallen officers, of whom there are too many for him to take leave from the chapel. And Mistress Sorbach, who has replaced her late predecessor as our Master-at-Arms, is currently leading the search for any surviving agents of Voidgear. All others present are adjuncts, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make of a record of proceedings. Wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. Preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Central and High Factorum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factotum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to complete a full account of losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I'll personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the Tech Priest's hands for attention and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and, unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum of the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We'll be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, planet, whole system in fact, belongs to Winterscale Rogue Trader Dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later. The kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on planets, rumbles Adalbert, frowning. I hadn't realized how much I'd be reading. Not a complaint, mind, but I'm not a voice actor. I don't have all kinds of different voices for all the different characters. Drive Master, I will hear from you now. A voice distorted by a Vox translator emerges from under the Tech Priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that Engineer Prime, Overseer, and spiritual authority to all of the Tech Priests on board fell in battle. The Magus was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There's no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement as soon as possible. That's basically what I was just saying, Wiki. I wasn't expecting quite so much reading, but it's all good. I'm not a trained voice actor, so it's all going to be sort of one voice. See, thank you. The Tech Priest bows her head. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ships sound more or less, but with our Engineer Prime and Navigator who fell in battle... But without our Engineer Prime and Navigator who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first, our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you allow me to interject. When we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Novice Nobilite Station, an ancient organization of noble mutant families whose genes allow them to safely guide warp-capable void ships through the Immaterium. But, like, a family of psychers? The great house of Novice Nobilite are some of the wealthiest and most politically powerful nobles in the Imperium. They maintain their recessive navigator gene through selective breeding, yet it is more likely that the gene itself causes genetic instability and mutations as a navigator grow in power and age. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck. True blessing from the God Emperor. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go around and around this system till our heads are swarming, as long as the promethium supplies last. And if any thick as grok shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire when I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, Lord. No able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. Master of Ordnance chokes back the words he was obviously about to blurt out without thinking. He casts another look at you before turning away. I apologize profusely, Lord Captain. Pardon the fool. The ship is in ruins, every other officer is dead, and the Lord Captain is no longer with us. Fear has taken hold of me. He looks up at you. But as you have surmised, your fame has reached even this far in the, Wait. Just completely fucked that line up. But I've heard of you. Oh yes, your fame has reached even as far as the Expanse. I can't be showing myself up in front of an illustrious person such as yourself. He adjusts his uniform and stands ramrod straight. Master of Ordnance can report that the rest of the arsenal has been saved and the battery is in good order. We are ready to fight, if that is the Lord Captain's will. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members and require a new Ensign Prime and Navigator. Is that all that's preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. Ship systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at a footfall station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. Oh, at footfall station, sorry. The massive void port on the edge of the Cronus Expanse, a notorious hotbed of vice, trade, and rogue trader intrigue. For rogue traders and their agents, Footfall has many uses beyond that of a simple port. They come here to learn about competing interests and find an array of illegal services, gather new recruits, or participate in deadly intrigues. There's also a place where a vessel can take refuge to refit and repair damage. I was thinking more, Anar Shaddaa rather than, Mos Eisley. Although I suppose Hive of Scum and Villainy can be applied to many different things. What can you tell me about the system we currently find ourselves? Accede to the Voxmaster on this point. Mistress Toloman? We're in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken by the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system. And Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our heals. What is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. Augurs, sensor technology that allows a void ship to scan planets, spot enemies, and obtain various other kinds of crucial data at great distances. Hey, Kit, we survived the prologue? I don't know if that counts as winning. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for all your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. Your Lordship, there's one other thing. Confidential matter of the utmost importance. Leodor Theodora Adelber Abelard, I'm going to keep dyslexiaing on these names, hesitates. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. Perhaps you are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief of his will in the Cronus Expanse. Oh boy! I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You were referring to the contents of this note, I presume. Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Alcazar? Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Hendrix van Calox, an interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, and that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, neither the Navis Nobilite or the Governor of Rykad Minoris the authorities in the system may know something. That is all of it, Your Lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valencius Proctorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Udira, Sister Argentina? Argentina. Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Udira. Spiker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. He insisted upon seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Udira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word burst from her lips. Daybreak. Udira, come to your senses. Damn it. Udira presses her fingers against her temples in desperation. Your Lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head's still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Maybe it's dawn? And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us something else, Mistress Lass? No, not yet. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. Can't make any sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you'll benefit from them as well. Psycha's bitten lips stretched into a wry smile. There's nothing else of value to report. I declare this briefing concluded. It's time to get to work. The High Factorum breaks away from the rest and approaches you, bowing repeatedly. Lord Captain, if I may steal just one more moment of your time. This matter is rather delicate and concerns trophies that were left after the battles on the ship. One trophy in particular, I should say. I retrieved a blade fragment from one of the bodies on the bridge. A curious article. Saw the need to keep it safe in case it should be of interest to you. As he says this, the factotum's gaze slides away from yours and looks off somewhere over your shoulder. Ah. You should keep it for now. As soon as we locate this acolyte of the Inquisition, you will hand the blade over to him. Of course, your lordship. Oh! I think we saw that proc. Not quite intentionally, but interesting. That one's quite good as well, actually. Yeah, that one's also not bad. The Iconoclast level 1 one seems like the best for the moment, though. Ha! Burn, fucker, burn. I was talking to some of my friends that have played through this, and they said you don't have to go, like, full hardcore down one single route anymore. You can sort of dip a little bit, without, like, locking yourself out of getting all the way down the line, due to some, like, changes that they made to how much you get. Yeah, from what I heard, like, originally, you really had to, like, commit on one. A thin, pale woman stands out amongst the rest of the crew. There's a thick bundle of cables coming out the back of her skull and disappearing under a ceremonial garment. As you see the grate of a quietly humming vox where her mouth should be, the woman sees you and bows her head in respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Fellowship 100%. Correct. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. It is done, Lord Captain. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. Nice. Your appearance is unique. You're a Voidborn, are you not? My appearance comes from my heritage, generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper deck and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Oh, is this what, one of the DLCs was something to do with Voidborn, was it? Oh, Void Shadows. No, okay, that doesn't that doesn't sound quite right. Yeah, I was gonna say, I assume she can't be DLC, because, like, you need a Voxmaster. That can't be optional. Where does the word Voidborn come from? Well, it's pretty obvious, and she kind of just explained it anyway, but because we are the children born in the void between the stars, be it the womb of a traveling vessel, or an orbital satellite, or a forgotten asteroid station, low gravity, voyages through the warp, and the countless dangers of space travel, everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Torres, she goddamn. And that's somewhat on context, or well, not the context is the wrong word. Like, somewhat on theme as well, because that was said during Space Marine, which is another 40k game. Oh dear. Look, things just come out of my mouth sometimes. Something like Space Marine takes a lot of, like, moment-to-moment focus. Words just kind of happen. Oh, dear. Anyway, welcome. You and your watermelon crushing thighs are more than welcome. We are currently in a big old let's read mode. After we got out of the prologue, it seems there's a lot less of the direct voice acting, so it's a lot more of their voice acting. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborn in my crew. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe, know what it is feeling and thinking. We are a part of the ship, just like it is part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny, others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Most of the Voidborn are members of large void ship dynasties that bear responsibility for certain aspects of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Ptoleman dynasty has produced the ship's Voxmasters, and most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of of the dynasty. How do you find life on the ship? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Voxmaster, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its demesnes. There's a. It's not pronounced like that, is it? It's domain, but spelt demesnes. Domain. I also enjoy long walks throughout the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. How do others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for terrible warp phenomena during longer voyages. Vigdis hesitates before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all of the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. We would have been killed during the mutiny had Idra Thlas? Still not quite sure how to pronounce that. Not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrels' fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. Wiki stream, Rogue Trader when, looks like you are close friends with Idira. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corner of Vigdis' eyes. The only hint the Voxmaster is smiling. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially amongst the captain's entourage. But you see, many consider Idira to be different. I am different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company discussing regicide over a glass of Amasec. That's a board game though, isn't it? Discussing regicide? $250 gift sub. I think the problem for you, Wiki, it's just such a, I don't think you've ever streamed a game this long. Like, the reason we're doing Rogue Tuesday as a thing is because this is going to take us, effectively months. It's expecting, 150 hours for a playthrough, basically. That's why, I was like, okay, we'll do this as a once a week thing, because it is going to be such a long playthrough. Oh, Wiki plays small games because he is a small. That is correct. Except Idira changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of Lord Captain Theodora made her withdrawn even more. I do not know if Idira considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her in my own way. Perception test succeeded. Do we get a... we had a 98%. Wait, no. Oh. We had to roll less than 100, and we rolled a 98. I wonder... I don't know if this system has an auto-fail on 100. Interpreting the Voxmaster's emotions based off of half a face in a Vox-modulated voice is no easy task, but you manage to catch the undercurrent in Vigdis' words. The Voxmaster is not merely saddened by her rift with Idira, she is devastated by it. Moisten? I can moisten, I still have some coffee. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. It felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Vigdis twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. Ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it, even for the bounty of 100 worlds. I see. Let us return to business. As you wish, Lord Captain. I mean, do we, like... I feel like the others are just fluff text we don't really need. Like, we know who she is and we know what she do. That will be all for now. I live to serve, Lord Captain. There's going to be a lot of, like, fluff text as we sort of talk to all the, like, NPCs and get a bit of chatter going on at this point. Were you the Master of Fire? Yep. The Infernus Master nonchalantly lights a low stick from a thermal cutter and spreads his arms in a welcoming gesture. Henrik Monteg, at your service. He smiles. He smells of cinders and... Low? Common recreational stimulant that consists of rolled paper stuffed with plant-derived substance. When lit, the substance emits smoke that is inhaled through a tube, basically cigarettes. His face is sooty, and his belt is laden with a number of heavy tools. You would have taken him for a laborer if weren't for the greasy and ragged officer's uniform. How did you come to be in service of the von Valencius dynasty? Not in the usual way. My ancestors wronged yours, and were appointed Inferni as a result. Hard labor, deadly risks, and plenty of opportunities to atone. Those criminals have been dead for generations, but we are still serving their time. Maybe we will find redemption one day. 1 through to 3 for 110 hours is not too bad. Like, I suppose, like, that's very, like, context dependent with the length of some of the game. Like, we've done multiple games that are over, you know, 110, 120 hours for a single game, let alone 3 games. Tell me more about the Infernus Guild. What interests you the most? Our duty, our state-of-the-art equipment, or our vibrant traditions? How's the guild organized? The Infernus service is split into different brigades according to duties. The heart of the guild are, of course, our liquidators, the tough guys with the nerves of steel who put out the fires and pull people from the flames. Others are repairmen, dealing with problems like jammed doors, fuel leaks, or broken vents. And then there's the walking inspectors, who check the decks to make sure that nothing is blocking any passages or access to communication lines. State-of-the-art equipment? That sounds interesting. That was a bit of a stretch, I'm sorry. There's no state-of-the-art equipment. The risks of running it in a fire are too great. We get by using human resources and the most common items available. Respirators, fire extinguishers, and flame-retardant uniforms. Let's face it, the lives of the Inferni are not worth much. It's more important that we save the machine and minimize damage to the ships. What traditions? We have plenty of those, like the reminders. Enrit rolls up his sleeves, revealing a tattoo inscribed over an old burn mark. When you survive a particularly hopeless accident, you get a tattoo on your scar. You can always tell an experienced Infernus by their ink. It's like a badge of honor of sorts. Tell me how you got your reminders. He points to a tattoo on his right forearm. This one is from the time plasma leaked from the outer aft circuit. Imagine yourself clinging to the hull outside, thermal cutter in one hand and mag clamp in the other. As your flames burst from the breach, the kind that can incinerate you in a second. All that separates you from a fiery death is a flimsy rope and a void suit more ancient than holy terror. Yet, the price I paid was nothing compared to my comrades. He slowly moves the augmented fingers of his right hand. As for this one, the look he directs at his left hand is full of bitterness. I got this one in the ammo depot where my wife, Elsinora, died. It was a fire, and the flames are getting too close to the ammunition. And I don't mean autogun rounds. These were macro cannon shells. We put out the fires as best we could, but we were losing. Suddenly, Elsie took my hand, kissed me, and then ran straight into the blaze and activated the emergency blast door. We stayed outside while she vented the compartment. Enrich gives a tender smile, gazing at the smoke. It's quite a story. I'm sorry for your loss, Enric. He nods gratefully and takes another puff. I've learned all I need. This is enough for now, Enric. Never let your fire go out, Lord Captain. I mean, no. Enric hurriedly waves his hand. That's just a stupid little guild in-joke. Seriously, if you see an infernus next to a naked flame, run. Was there a quick save? I think there was quick save. F5? Yes, F5. Save.
Rogue trader.
Oh, voices! Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's on edge. We will definitely go the personal request line in a second, but I want to ask questions first. Tell me about the Sisters of Battle.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith amongst the warriors of the Imperium. Is this true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
The sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness.
Those are the mad ladies with the chainswords, if I recall. That's... Ooh, that's a bit of a squicky one, Kitsubin. I'm not sure on that one. That's, like... It's tricky in that case. Because, like, it's like... You're denying a voice actor a paid job, but at the same time, there is, like, there isn't a paid job being missed as such, because they wouldn't, like, there wasn't... the lines would be unvoiced otherwise. If you get what I mean. Right, okay. Yeah, that's a tricky one, because it's... You also... like, at least in that case, like, it's original state released unvoiced, so there isn't, like... that's a hard one. I don't know. It's like, obviously, with the original releasing in a non-voiced state, it's like that was the, like, the final state of the game, so that you haven't denied, like, a professional voice actor work as such, but
Wearing nothing but robes, no armor.
Yep. Okay,
Eviscerator in hand.
exactly what I thought they were.
Those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
I can remember the minis for those. What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate.
Which implies that you're here protecting some sort of grand artifact?
And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
Actually, I'll just have a look myself, Kitsubin, because I know the Sisters got new minis. Like, I'm thinking of their, the 3rd edition Sisters Repentia. They may be different these days. I remember them being very, limited on armor, which is what she described them as there. Effectively, they had their tits out and have a giant chainsword. Okay, it seems like that's still the case. Less aggressively so with the current, like, run of the minis. The ones I'm familiar with definitely had more, skin on display. There's no easy way to, like, link these fucking goddamn shitty Reddit links. So, I don't know if these links are going to work. This is the current Repentia squad, and I'll be honest, I actually much prefer the Repentia squad that's in my head, which is hopefully that links. I actually really do prefer the original minis. The new ones look eh. And, like, Yeah, I don't like the lady, like the leader unit either. It's all, eh. The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said you belonged to the Calaxian branch of your order. What brought you to the Cronus Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parson Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
Drusianus, followers of the cult of the Saint Drusus, a legendary hero of the Angevin Crusade, who founded the Calixus sector for the Imperium of Man. Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Cronus Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy. Even the novices of the Adept, wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand. Those sisters who have once faltered
Clicked the wrong thing, sorry.
repentance on the battlefield.
I have no more questions about the Sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
Hey, bubonic plague. Happy nurgling noises. Definitely, you are wearing the correct name for something like that. What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valancius Protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
Now, this is where I'm not sure how particular this game is about its dialogue trees. Are we allowed to just wander through dialogue trees, or is like... Because this feels like it's going to set her off if we say this. Is it difficult for you to accept that you made a mistake?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
What's it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself.
Hey, Compelled to Die, how's it going? We've actually been working pretty well with her so far. The first big choice we made was a dogmatic one, so she was pretty happy with us, and during the boss fight at the end of the prologue, she was MVP by a country mile.
During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional Sister of Battle aboard the ship.
I don't think Sisters of Battle can do romance. I don't remember.
But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
I have a feeling we're going to end up having our hand forced in the Adira matter. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
As you wish.
What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
The ship was targeted by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
It pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the Imperium tremble before our onslaught.
So they shall.
You said you have a personal request for me?
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader. The accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in von Valancius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader could meet with the orphans?
Don't I get packed off to the Schola Progenium? Well, we're like big on the speeches. We got like our highest like stat is our like speechcrafty stuff. So make arrangements for a meeting worthy of a rogue trader. I will address the orphans with a speech.
As you wish, Rogue Trader. Thank you for granting my request.
A group of adolescents, clearly dressed in their finest, freshly pressed clothes, form a straight line before you. Some stare at you with wide eyes like you're some mythical creature, while others huddle together in fear and look away. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It's hardly Scholar Progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Magenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valancius. You notice Infernus Master Enric Monteg standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze. Hey, Blackguard, how's it going? I, the rogue trader and lord captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the von Valancius banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe you'll become their worthy heirs. The teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed by your speech. One of the scowling visitors, with a thin scar across his face, tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches?" Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flash in her dark eyes, like she wants both to calm him and scold him for his impudence. Ah, yeah, that's fair, Blackguard. That's like, the most dangerous person is not someone who's ignorant, but someone who thinks they're not ignorant. Someone who knows they don't know, that's easy enough to work with. Rest assured, you won't be abandoned. You will be taken care of. You can tell by their bright eyes that your words and the very fact of meeting the rogue trader in the flesh has left an indelible impression upon them. Young ones, you won't recognize them in a year or two. They will learn to salute and speak only when permitted by their superior officer. But right now, clowning around is all they know. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. I don't know if there was something mechanical happening there, or if that was just an RP moment.
Greetings.
Okay. We have finished conversing with her for now. The tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue veins snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Ravo at your service. Is this really another line of, like, is it the same line of Inquisition? You're a Voidborn, are you not? And that I am, born into a Helmsman clan in the bowels of a Chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15, then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by the lower hold scum. They spared the young'uns. Of course they did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors. I was having none of it. They weren't going to make me they weren't going to make a servitor out of me, and so I escaped into the crawlways. And then I spent months picking them off, one after the other. You got me talking up a storm. Anyways, yes, I am a Voidborn. Finish your story, Rabel. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and then I fled upward to the middle decks. That's where the Augur operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter, then ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Danrock spotted me and lured me away, the cheeky blighter. Tell me about the Voidborn. Lord Captain, I mean no disrespect, but you'd do better to find someone with a knack for conversation like Cullinan, the new Voxmaster. I ain't the talking type. I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they do best. What can you tell me about the other officers? Good-for-nothing wasters, that's what they are. Each and every one. Take generous Danrock, the highborn weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him buried alive. He drags other people into his schemes so they can take the fall for him, too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him, got caught by the Sensual, and ended up in the Void Hatch. Danrock couldn't even care less. Well, see, I'm not so... My problem with some of the dialogue options is I'm not sure if they're here as, like, consequential dialogue options, or if they're here as, like, you can't assume the player knows 40k lore, so you've got to give the player an option, like, a way to pick up on that lore. The Voxmaster, another Tolleman like the last one, Void rest him, is no better. She cut off half the Vox channels the day she took up her post. Said the Vox systems were damaged and the engineering had no contact with other modules. But how am I supposed to steer the ship? Collect the cog reports with the power of my mind? Yeah, but we're still early. Like we've literally only just finished the prologue. Because the thing is, like, I'm not super up to date on 40k lore, so it's as much a refresher and an updating for me. Like I want the lore stuff as well. And it's like, I guess, better as a streaming experience, because that way everyone watching gets the lore as well. First Officer Wessarian. I can't stand him. Like every Navy officer I've ever met, he doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void, but he puffs himself up all the same and throws his weight around. Me and him had to have words a few times before he left me alone. Thank the Emperor, Lady Theodora trusted me more than the essential when it came to helming a void ship. Then there's that woman. What's her name? Lass? Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went, and look what happened to her. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that it was that witch that delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want to want that walking calamity on their ship, but some would disagree. They say she's friends with young Culliman, you know, or at least she used to be. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? What kind of question is that? I like you and Lady Theodora before you. Who would I be if I was making cracks about the rogue trader? Ha! I don't want to die just yet. So, like, remind me, who are you? I'm the Helmsmaster, Lord Captain. I stand at the wheel of this here tub, your vessel, and bark commands at the idiots who tend to its related systems. In layman terms, I'm the one who stops us from running into an asteroid or disruptive gravitational wave when we're traveling the void. This is where I'm like, are they just going to get shitty at me for not, like, knowing them? But it feels like this is just, like, please dump the lore on me options. Do you control the ship in real space? I wish that was my only job. I have to steer her through the warp too, but most of the credit goes to the navigator. Warp's a nightmare, always tossing up something new. In all my years at the helm, they count for nothing in there. My part's small enough. I just monitor our systems, follow the charted route, and I don't kick up a fuss when new orders come in from the navigator's sanctum. Real space. Now that's where I keep my eyes peeled. Gravitational anomalies, void currents, hard radiation, that kind of shit shows up everywhere. Thank you, the Emperor. The augurs on this vessel are holding up, and so we've been able to spot if something bad's coming our way. Jesus. Who are these idiots you're in charge of? There are too many to list them all. Tech priests from the engineer room, voidsmen from the augur decks. They all... the work-shy fools on the bridge. They have every last one of them flogged. They all need a wake-up call. They need to be whipped into shape, or else this ship's going nowhere. Or even worse, it'll go somewhere we don't want it to. That's enough for now. I can see you're not a gregarious sort. Ave? I've done something to displease the captain? On the contrary, you're the first person on the bridge who's not tripping over themselves to lick my boots. The helmsman's perpetually twisted mouth twitches as if he's trying to smile. It looks sinister rather than friendly. Oh yeah? Well, I'm pleasantly surprised myself that you aren't having me flogged for insubordination. The wonders never cease. Connecting wires. Once they go into the control panel, I become one with the ship. Except the bloody cogs messed up the wires, stimulus injectors, and connectors when they implanted them. They twisted the wires the wrong way and burned something in my noggin. Anyway, I can't sleep. This doesn't happen anymore. It's been 30 long years of non-stop stimulants and a splitting headache, so you'll forgive me if I'm not all smiles, Lord Captain. I must take my leave. Yeah, there's gonna be a bit of, like, dogmatic versus, what's the middle one? Populous. There's gonna be a bit of clashing between those two mindsets. Because of me. Iconoclast, that's it. I'm assuming this is going to get, like, fairly complicated when there's a heap of people to talk to as well. Like, more companions and whatnot. Abelard surveys you briskly but meticulously, as though he's inspecting you for shortcomings. Then he offers a courteous nod. I'd like to know more about my Seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's Seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No. Used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling. The essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me, but I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
See, I'm quite liking Abelard so far, but if you love him, that means he's going to sprout tentacles. So that's concerning. But I really like him as a character thus far. I'm pretty much on board with, like, everything he has said and done thus far. And I also really like him aesthetically for very obvious reasons. The 40k equivalent of an eye patch. He's got a mechanical eye. He's got a fucking sick... How do you call it? Like a great coat? Like, just look at this guy. He's fucking awesome. I mean, like, similar sort of thing going on. Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader.
that checks out.
To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue.
Yeah, like, basically the only thing that outranks a rogue trader is an Inquisitor. You don't just say no.
The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
Right! That checks, with everything we know of him thus far. I don't know. It's an interesting line of inquiry, this, but I wouldn't even say that. I feel like he's... more like he's got, like, big level of respect. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you're in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
The lady doth protest too much, methink? Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4. And if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship. And I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Huh. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Of course.
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Kronos Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind? I'm assuming this is just basically going to be, like, local lore dumping.
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And, if you permit, in my own words. The Kronos Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
He's gone into, like, lore dump mode.
Until recently, the Kronos Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Kronos Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Kronos Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Kronos Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness.
I do wonder what the full scope of this game is with the Kronos Expanse. This does feel like a solid sort of setup for a, like, Dark Heresy campaign sort of thing. And not just a campaign, but, like, an extended one.
Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory. And they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
I wonder if Incendia is prone to outbursts.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis expanse.
Yeah, that checks out. For the cogheads. Kunrad, our previous Master of Whispers. What can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake.
Yeah, there is something sus going on, because he... What's the word I'm looking for? Like, he... There's been bits of dialogues that hinted at, and then his own reaction to the death of, Theodora, like, that wasn't part of his plan. But there's something going on there.
If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
That's all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I don't know about that. Seems... station inappropriate. I must take my leave. Until next time, Senshal.
Lord Captain.
It doesn't even feel like something he'd want as such. Jocasta Sorbak is the very picture of discipline. Her uniform is exquisitely pressed, her armor is polished, and her posture is imposing and rigid. The only flaw in her immaculate appearance is a heavy Enforcer's maul, which is worn and battered from frequent use. She salutes you with a practiced motion. Greetings, Lord Captain. How did you come to serve on my flagship? I come from the noble Sorbak family of the capital world of Dragonis? Haven't we heard that before? I dare say that our house is renowned for its loyalty and strict adherence to the law. The members of my family have been your faithful enforcers for centuries. I am honored to be the 6th Master at Arms named Sorback to serve this ship. The caster speaks the words with unmistakable pride. Okay, so that was... I thought it was Abelard's homeworld, but I wasn't sure if I was just misremembering. Why are you here instead of basking in luxury on Dragonis? Because of my cousin... Marcarius? Furious crease appears between her brows. I cannot stand him, but the feeling is mutual. We can hardly be in the same room together. So I jumped at the opportunity to become your enforcer. I should thank my obnoxious cousin for nudging me towards the best decision of my life. I serve you with all my heart, and wish for no other fate than this one. You are wearing Imperial Navy armor. How did you come by it? I inherited it from the previous Master at Arms. Like the esteemed Seneschal, he left the Navy to serve Lady Theodora. He brought quite a few officers with him and established a tradition. Upon the death or resignation of an enforcer, his or her armor would be passed on to a fellow officer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. I was awarded armor in this way in my time, and upon the death of my predecessor. I inherited his personal armor. What is your opinion of me as Lord Captain? I do not doubt the astuteness of your decisions, but beyond that, I am impressed with you. I have heard about the brutal punishments that you have endured, Lord Captain. She looks away, but before she does so, you notice a strange spark in her eyes. Your tenacity deserves admiration. That's kind of cool. Like, it's taking into account your, like, origin choices and whatnot. Is it? So I asked this earlier, but I don't think I got a straight answer. Is 100 an auto fail and a 0 an auto succeed? In situations where we have above 100, can we fail? Yes. Okay. So that, I'm assuming the yes is to the 100 fail, 0 succeed. There was fire in the black depths of her gaze. If she could, she would devour you whole with her sidelong glances. But... Oh, I see. You see, I seem to be detecting something more than mere admiration. Then what about awe? She stares at your neck, right at the scar peeking out from under your collar. Her pupils dilate and she licks her lips involuntarily. Thinking about what you have suffered leaves me trembling. Damn, she really likes scars. But it is way too early to be committing to banging anyone. I don't even know this lady. You forget yourself. Of course, Lord Captain. She forces herself to look at you again, and this time you only see a cold impassivity in her eyes. I want to know what you think about the other officers. I do not trust them, but I do not trust anyone. Mistress Tolliman has too much power and will surely be tempted to start deciding for herself what information to share with the crew on your behalf and what to withhold. Ravor is closely intertwined with the ship's systems, which opens up plenty of opportunities for sabotage. You must be watched. As for Danrock, forgive me, but a man of his size and habits cannot help but steal. What about Abelard? Oh, that was the wrong button. Essential is a model of competence and fidelity, and all of the officers and enforcers look up to him with gratitude. A grimace of fierce devotion takes a hold of Sorback's face before she abruptly grits her teeth and continues. It is all the more distressing to see that the years have not been kind to the deeply respected master, to the deeply respected Master Versarian. Soon, there will be no rejuvenant treatment that can save him from the mistakes inherited in such advanced age. But we are ever watchful, and will be there to steady the trembling hand of the honored veteran if need be. I want to know more about your service. I'm ready to answer my any questions, Lord Captain. What are the Master-at-Arms' duties? I'm responsible for upholding safety and order aboard the ship. Guard duties, patrols, finding and punishing troublemakers. In addition, my enforcers ensure that the crew follow all directives and carry out their tasks properly. As they say in my family, a servant who shows disobedience today prepares a riot tomorrow. There are thousands of people aboard this vessel. How do you maintain order? 2 words, Captain. 2 words, Lord Captain. Suppression and fear. The base nature of the rabble cries for an iron grip, lest they give in to their animal urges. We have many well-tested measures to prevent it. Random night searches, preventative interrogations, corporal punishments, executions. Of course, the laws of the ship equally apply to the officers. We eradicate the canker of insubordination wherever we find it, without mercy. The conversation evokes nostalgic memories of serving as a commissar. Sorbach's approach is very similar to the disciplinary oppression techniques used by the officio prefectus. Again, like this, just talking to this lady has been really interesting with like things that are pulling from our like backstory. This is cool. I hope the executions are carried out in public for the educational benefit. Staubach's eyes gleam with a sadistic light. Naturally, they last long enough to give the rabble something to think about. The witnesses to the execution must be of the same class as the criminal. It is unwise to put an officer to death in front of common folk, for it undermines the perception of rank. She trails off. It seems like she rarely gets to discuss the nuances of her craft as complex and delicate as capital punishments. I hope you will not repeat the mistakes of the previous Master-at-Arms. You can be sure of that. He was a fine enforcer, but suffered from the fatal flaw of trusting his associates. I lack that weakness myself and I trust no one except you, Lord. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Fuck. I lack the weakness of trust. Like, Jesus. You're not entirely wrong, but god damn. God damn. Let us change the subject. That is all for now. High factotum. That's going to take a little while for me to get pronouncing his title correctly. The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A servo skull whirs over his shoulder while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding. And he regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your lordship. Generous Danrock at your service. I am quite distrusting of anyone that can get fat in 40k. The only way you can really pull that off Remind me, what is it you do on my ship? As the High Factotum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the von Valancius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our holds receive... receives less than thorough inspections by port customs officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. And of course, I ensure the Protectorate's worlds prepare their tithe in a timely fashion. Let none ever say in my lifetime that the dynasty has disgraced itself with a late payment of the sacred tribute. How did you come to serve the von Valancius dynasty? Okay, it seems like that's just a recruiting world for our officers. I come from Dragonus, your lordship. I've been subject to your dynasty since birth, and have always strived to be of use to... Is that where the von Valancius dynasty started? Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to my being 15th in line for the title. So I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. Okay. It's our capital, right. Which explains, yeah, why all our officers are from there. Janus lets out an almost kindly chuckle. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping. The greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and other traditional amusements of my noble peers. But you're the size of an Ogren and you have hair rollers. So you're not without your own noble proclivities. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thusly. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora is one of those fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. Yeah, there is definitely something to that. The talent for being able to get the right person for the right job and keep them motivated doing that job. That... Absolutely a candidate, like a very good candidate for being like a big head leadery person. Words. I wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Keeping tabs on your subordinates, a wise move. Tell me who interests you, and I'll endeavor to be as honest as possible. Janus's eyes light up. He is obviously eager to speak his mind. Tell me what you think of the Censure. Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not. Teach Master Wersarian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what method she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know. Lord Captain, your Censure is capable of being something far greater than the mere conduit of your will. He possessed the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passably whenever Lady Theodora was away. And that really is something saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer, I say, or alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. Huh. If even tons of fun here has respect for him, that's kind of impressive. I'd like to hear your opinion of Kunrad Voigtgear, the former Master of Whispers. I hope never to see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor. Although he would be able to do at least some good that way. Someone has to clean the latrines, after all. Factotum's bloated face grows stern. He gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain. And still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Voigtgear's company, but I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. It turned out Kunrad lacked the most important quality of a Master of Whisperers: unwavering loyalty to the rogue trader, and his falling came to light in the most deplorable manner. What do you have to say about Voxmaster Vigdis Tolliman? Ah yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family, we used such creatures as quarry wherever we were hunting. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumor that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Tolliman has spent in posts as Voxmaster, I have not noticed any significant flaws in her character or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very diligent, as is any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. Yeah, no, and that's exactly why we're doing this, like, Rogue Tuesday setup, Blackguard. Because, yeah, I know me, I'm gonna want to consume all the fluff. So, like, saying that this is a 150-hour playthrough, that doesn't even feel like an exaggeration. If anything, it could be an underestimate. I'm gonna guess there might have been some extra dialogue here if you had Voidborn as your backstory. I wish to discuss something else. As you say, Lordship. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. Who interests you exactly? You most often deal with the followers of St. Drusus, the Explorators, the Cabalsica Mission, or, Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. We haven't heard about the Fellowship of the Void yet. What do the followers of St. Drusus acquire from us? I am probably mispronouncing names and such, so forgive that. The Drusians still hope to bring the Cronus Expanse to the warm embrace of the faith, just as their flock hopes to receive the aid of the Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign the rogue trader himself believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians and is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. Tell me more about the Explorators. Members of the Explorator Conscience Fleet? Conscience Fleet? Which has been roaming the Cronus Expanse for a good while now. Omnissiah knows what they are hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds seeking bits of sacred knowledge. They track down mechanical relics and sniff out Xeno artifacts. If truth be told, supposedly they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. The tech priest named Opticon 22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found on the docks at Footfall. See, if the cogheads have an interest in a planet, that's usually a bad sign. It means there's some kind of xenotech kicking around there. Or, I mean, at best, there's some sort of, like, archaeotech. At least, like, old human tech. That's not as bad. It might not be so spicy. I'm interested in the Casbalican mission. Masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals, and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that has taken root in the Calixis sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladimir Tokara, who recently appointed himself Liege of the Footfall. course, he is a trusted ally of Rogue Trader Winterscale, but he will not refuse you, another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vladium, look for him in the Liege's palace on Footfall. What is the Fellowship of the Void? Janus admits a laughing like gurgle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there is always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead, but so far our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Ryza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adaptus Amensius? Amasekius? On Footfall is rumored to be her favorite haunt. Oh, Adaptus Amasek, as in Imperial Booze. Why are we giving away our spoils to these people in the first place? Profit from them, of course. Most of the things you will find during expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself. The less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great rogue trader himself. Drusian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Casbalika dealers and explorators. None will refuse our help in these dark and trying times, and there may be a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid and would be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it. I suggest we change the subject. I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. Rest assured, there are people of the most outstanding talents amongst the thousands of your crew. I will contact the overseers at once. Oh, is this like generics? Does the game even have generics? Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. Oh, that's... Unfortunately, because it's got, like, all the named characters have sick voice lines and such. I wouldn't, like, want to replace, like, an actual written character. This is how you do co-op. Oh, okay. I did see a thing saying that it has co-op now. Have you tried it co-op, Blackguard? That does seem like the sort of thing, you and Sam would have given a spin. I'd be curious, actually, because, like, given additional choices and whatnot, this does seem like the kind of thing that would be good for, Okay. Yes, yeah, I was gonna say, this seems like the sort of thing that would be fun to run through a second time, and doing it, like, a co-op for a second run could be fun. Mm. My retinue and I are in need of training. I will show you our sparring. Is this just a... Oh! This is a respec. First one's free? Or... I'm gonna guess first one's free. I have no desire to respec yet. I'm fine with the decisions we've made. First few, okay. I'll still be, like, somewhat hesitant on hitting a respec. You know, like... The only thing I'd be considering respecing would be maybe, like, dropping the weapon skill on my character out a bit and maybe putting it into ballistic skill and going, like, a full, like, ranged, because I didn't know what I was gonna go with, weapon skill or ballistic skill, so I just went equal in both. But like that kind of tinkering just doesn't seem necessary yet. Respecking seems more important if I like get down a line of like talents and don't sort of like where it's going. And I really appreciate the tab button for highlighting interactable shit. We just did a playthrough of the Drifter, which was fantastic. I highly encourage anyone that likes point-and-click adventure games, go check out the Drifter. It is actually great. But it also had a hold-down button to highlight stuff, which in a point-and-click adventure game is extremely appreciated. You don't get stuck pixel hunting. And that game also just has a lot of, like, things you can mouse over to see descriptive text of. Alright, so we've probably got a bit of a line of inquiry to go through with Yadira as well, and we've just hit the 4-hour mark, so I'm just going to go, once again, have a stretch, refresh my coffee, and I will be back shortly. I think we've taken 2 breaks on this bridge, which means we've spent 2 hours just going over fluff text in this sequence. Goddamn. That's just how this is gonna be. I don't even make apologies at this point. This is like, if this isn't what you're for, if this isn't what you're here for, then, you know, I'm not gonna hold it against you if you step out. But hopefully this is the kind of thing that you're enjoying. But yeah, sorry, Gorgelan, I was just about to step out for a break because we just hit the 4-hour mark. I'm gonna stretch quickly and make myself a fresh cup of coffee, and then when I get back, we'll talk to Idira, and then if there's more of the ship to poke around, we'll poke around more of the ship. This whole stream is basically just finishing up the prologue and then fluff, it seems like. I do have a bit of a limit on my time. I've got a meeting I've got to attend tonight, so I can't go for super long, maybe like an hour and a half more once I get back. We'll see. Alrighty, I'm back. Oh, thank you, thank you. Right, we're about to have a chat with Adira. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Adira turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyria.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
You never finished your story about your first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
What did you do before you came to be on this ship? What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Adira looks at you expectantly, then, as though clarifying, she uses her hand to indicate a head exploding and laughs. How did you end up in the Rogue Trader's service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. And as I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then, Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards, all so I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the Von Valancius dynasty.
Have you ever been off this ship? Seems like a really stupid question since we've just had her finish explaining that she started from off of this ship. Have you ever been off this ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amasek. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Dira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're a psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut. If it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Suppose the difference between a psyker and a sanctioned psyker. What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little Amasek and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if your door bust open?
Well, If the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
For a non-sanctioned psyker, she seems to be, well mentally trained. As far as these things go for psychers. Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Now... This gets a little weird, because I'm interested to hear what they have to say, but, like, a dogmatic-y type person would just be like, heresy blam. Whereas, like, from where I'm standing, knowing what the Void is saying about me could potentially be useful. we have a we like, as far as the Imperium is concerned, we're operating within our remit, but as far as like a dogmatic character is concerned,
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Yadira laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door. Hey, Sam. There has already been quite a bit of stream, but yeah, my intention is to have these, like, Rogue Trader streams go to, like, 6, 7 o'clock Australian time. Depending on sort of what's going on my end every Tuesday. We've picked one dogmatic choice thus far and one iconoclast choice thus far. The dogmatic choice we picked was the big choice though, and gave us 1 star in dogmatic. Dira laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar oh wait, we read that.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, Rogue Trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion.
Depending on how, like, well written these are, this could be good, like, vague prophecy stuff.
A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. The chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
Now, is this referring to, like, the DLC, or is this, something else entirely?
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Interesting. I'm gonna assume those probably change up, like, based on story progression. Did you know Theodora von Valentius well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well, not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong, only when I was asked.
Okay, that's good, Gorgelan. Basically that's what I was hoping it would be. Something that makes no sense to me right now, but will make sense as things go on. Well, I mean, okay, so we could probably attempt to break down some of it. There's one that felt like it was hinting at a possible, like, tech priest companion. Or multiple hinting at a tech priest companion? I'm not... And then there's that stuff about the, the Dawn. Wait, we can just scroll the text box back up, can't we? Like, a lot of it feels like hinting at possible companions and whatnot. At least to me, that's how it reads.
It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Well, no, the Yuri is Idira and the Voxmaster, right? Got a new story for me, Idira?
You bet I do, Lord Captain. Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrive at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
I must take my leave.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Again, I'm like really always impressed by just how much like background detail there is going on. Like, they've taken so much like time and effort to like fill out the what you could have just had it as like void space and it would have been fine. But everything has like multiple layers to it with stuff going on. Okay, so I wasn't sure about asking these questions earlier, because I was wondering if it was just going to piss them off, but it seems like this just leads down to, like, more lore details. Voxmaster Octavius Vigdis Suri Ota Suri Ota of the Ptolemon dynasty. The current Voxmaster... Wait, no, we might have asked these, I think. What are the Voxmaster's duties? I am the eyes and ears of I am the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. Receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels. We also ensure clear communications, and the optimal efficiency of the crew's Voxcasters. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harboring, what your subjects are whispering about in local networks after their watches, and what their leaders are clamoring about over shortwave Vox transmissions, just come see me and I will satisfy your curiosity. Have the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting lately? Forgive me, Lord Captain, I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment. That will be all. I think we exhausted the sisters, or the sisters. I think we probably exhausted everyone's dialogue at this point. Yeah.
Greetings.
I say that like it's like we spent good 2+ hours talking to everyone on the bridge here. Okay, we hadn't done his one. Who are you? I'm just a humble laborer in charge of putting out fires and dealing with emergencies, but everyone calls me the Infernus Master. I guess this is because I answer for them with my life. Your life, you say? That's right. Picture flames roaring. All of the ship's systems have failed, including the artificial gravity. You can't make out anything because of the red-hot debris, and you know an explosion is coming. It's a nightmare, but it's your job to evacuate the panicked crew, eliminate the cause of the fire, and get the compartment back in working order. Of course, the job description doesn't allow me to risk my life. Of course, the job description doesn't allow me to risk my life now. It's all about management these days, sending the boys and girls to the fire. But it's all nonsense, and if the going gets tough, I won't leave them there alone. What kind of emergencies does the Infernus Guild deal with? Oh, there are many. Accidents due to external factors, for example, hits from enemy guns, or collisions with hollow objects like wreckages of other ships. There are plenty of internal causes as well, from system malfunctions and short circuits to problematic cargo. A couple of years ago, something blew up in the hold. Nearly burned it to a crisp. And then there's sabotage. That Voigtgear snake did a lot of damage to the ship. Laborer? Then why are you lounging on the bridge? Simple answer is because nothing is on fire. As head of the Infernus Guild, I'm mired in the officer's routine of reports and discussions. There are several compartment upgrades and refurbishments on the agenda right now, and I have to make sure the fire safety protocols are followed everywhere. Rest assured, I'll scurry back to the technical bays to do manual labor as soon as all the paperwork is done. I have other questions. That is enough for now. Hey, Fab, how's it going? Alright, so apparently we can poke about the ship a bit, so... We got out of the prologue and into the spending 3 hours talking to NPCs. Void Ship Shrine. So I think Blackguard was saying this is something new, the ability to, like, walk around other parts of the ship internal.
What a peculiar thing.
The power maul rests inside the... Where's the log? Power maul rests inside the glass. The inscription on the reliquary reads, I am Wrath. I am the cleansing. Whoever wields me walks in the footsteps of Furia. Beep?
I always keep my options open. Just as I planned.
An ancient-looking chainsword without a fuel engine rests on the weapon rack. The shape of its teeth make you think of the Ulma Universalis, a pattern from the Ungevian Crusade era. The skeleton inside the sarcophagus is holding a spherical object gleaming with gold. Huh. The Imperium Invictum, the shards of an unknown Angevian Crusade warrior's twin blades returned from pirate captivity by the grace of the Emperor. Beep?
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Among the antique weapons, you spot the maul known as Ferrum Fatum. Legend has it that its head split when it is cracked. That its head split when it cracked open the skull of the loathsome demon Renazar the Flayer. Oh, is it like a 1, 2, 3, 4? Is it a pressure plate puzzle?
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Look no further.
I know how to take risks.
The Rex Regalia. The partially restored blade of Zathudus the Earnest, a missionary who decimated the abominable Xenos and fell in deathly battle against the unrighteous. The machine in the shrine confessional emits a low hum as it processes the congregants' vox recordings. Initiate Clotus. A lanky initiate is leaning over the cogitator, an expression of extreme mental effort on his face, his fish-like round eyes peering into the screen. Grant me understanding, master. Grant me wisdom. He winces as you approach. Your lordship, how can I be of service? Who are you and what do you do here? I'm Clotus, junior cleric. I sought recordings from the shrine confessional to pass on higher rank clergy. Tell me more about this confessional. Our parishioners come here to repent, to share their innermost thoughts and observations of their neighbors. The sacred machine records all confessions and alters the voices beyond recognition. Is there a way to find out who made which confession? There's not. That would undermine the usefulness of it. The first prototype wasn't anonymous, so those confessions might as well have been carbon copies of each other. Everyone was impeccably diligent and pious and whatnot. But as soon as the machine spirit started keeping the name secret, the parishioners opened up. Huh. Good thinking making it anonymous. Keep up the fine work. I have other questions. It appears you are having difficulties. Nothing escaped your lordship's notice. As it so happens, I am struggling to categorize 3 rather peculiar confessions. I wouldn't have dared tell you about them, but I think they may have been left by senior officers, which would make this a matter of the highest order, one that is far beyond my meager understanding. These confessions you see are far from being examples of pious conformity. I dread the very thought of dissent or heresy poisoning the minds of some of the most eminent members of the crew, but I cannot change what I heard. I cannot share this with anyone but the Emperor's anointed, nor can I allow anyone but your lordship to listen to these messages protected by the secrecy of confession. What makes you think these confessions were made by senior officers? These parishioners are well-spoken, meaning they are used to addressing an audience. Perhaps they issue orders and are vested with power. And, well, after categorizing so many confessions, I have learned to notice the subtle differences between them. Let me hear them. Are we walking into some sort of side quest here? Recording 17FL2. A-leg. Dissent. Impious doubt. One question has troubled me for years. Why are some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living and preserve the memory of the dead? Worthier and more luminous souls have been lost, and yet I am still here. Light static is distorting the recording, but you are confident that the speaker is male. Recording 134DU. A-leg, theft of ship property. Allege? The orphans on the ship have already been provided with bare essentials, but every so often I consider increasing their rations and ordering more sets of clothes for them. That will not replace the families they've lost, but it will improve their lives somewhat, especially given that the ship has enough resources to cover their comparably trivial expense. Despite the poor sound quality, you determine the voice to be male. Oh. You have heard the bridge officers gossiping that the Hive factotum has taken personal charge of the orphans. Recording 502mm, allege coded message irreverence? Question mark? Lop-eared Klepus display a high degree of socialization amongst their kind towards their owners. These animals adjust well to avoid ship's lower gravity, since it's similar to their homeworld's conditions. Lop-eared Klepper meat is edible, should necessity demand it. The voice sounds muffled, as though behind a thick layer of glass, but is unmistakably a woman's. I am curious to know who left these confessions. I will seek them out. I suppose those confessions truly are special if your lordship is giving them his personal attention. Never would I have imagined the rogue trader himself coming to my aid. It is a side quest.
Is there money to be made?
Wait. The Aquila Anima, a fragment of the Cathedral of Eternal Redemption, brought from the shrine world of Solus 6, now lost. For a prayer? Recite a prayer, the one you remember best. Party side, because there's 5 lights. I feel like we need more lights. we need more party members. Does it go up to 5 party members? Oh, okay, so we just need more party members, okay. Now, is this something like I need to...
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every
Can
step.
everyone pray?
Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
It seems not.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Well, it seems about all we can do for the moment. There is definitely some sort of pressure plate puzzle here. But yeah, we need 5 people. And we only have 4. Regicide board? The position of the piece of the board suggests this game of regicide was interrupted. The winner was never determined. The glinting of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing. You've never seen many of these articles before. This fine sculpture, made from a strange metal, seems to absorb any rays of light that fall upon it. Well, shouldn't it be, like, not visible then? Isn't that how that works? Liturgies of the Faithful, to his word and name. The text below this solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open on this page for a very long time. Yeah, it'd be like it because you need to like reflect to get the light, like the color of the light. So yeah, this would be just pitch black. I think we've clicked on some of these before. Link your account. What is that? What? It's Twitch drops? Huh. The bookshelves are packed with ancient books, piles of paper, and tomes, many of which look rather worn. I mean, I could just farm my own drops, as it were. The light glinting off the polished skull for some unknown... The light glinting off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. Orc? The ticking of the clock is too quiet for its bulky size. Lord Captain's Data Chronicle. Was this, Kickstarter backers? Was it Kickstarted? I don't... How do you end up over 100%? The hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of House von Valencius, in addition to a plethora of other notes, copies of reports, and other documents. This majestic portrait, painted by a skilled artist, greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. Coat of arms of House von Valencius is crowned with the text of the oath of the rogue traders, the Emperor's faithful servants. Cracked data slate. The final transactions with the Chartist are complete. The fiery reckoning is now fully equipped. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Coordinates sent and received by the bridge. Target estimate time of arrival in the system. The fiery reckoning is crewed by a servitor hive. Chances of the ship returning are minimal. Estimated time. Oh, yes. Beyond the glass, the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling with an odd sense of dread. Unfinished letter. His chagrin is irrelevant. Voigtvir's mistakes cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreproachable at, uncovering spies. And this one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him. Kunrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next to the von Valence's line, when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson, which he may yet learn. So, like, I quite like the pragmatic
I don't need luck.
male,
I have strategy.
but I feel like
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded.
the pious male kind of fits better.
I am but a vessel for the higher purpose. The Emperor gave me a vision. Deliver their demise.
Something of interest. Fit for the von Valancius annals. I'll bring glory to my bloodline. A new challenge for me. Excellence matters. I'll see you terminated!
Fire at will! Perfect. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Now, that's interesting. My supremacy is proven once again.
You didn't stand a chance!
Yeah. Oh, what? It monkeyed with the portrait. God damn it. I did not tell you to monkey with the portrait. long dead eyes of this fierce monster forever captured the fear and pain of its final moments. Master of... What? Take a bath? Cleanse thy soul? Soothing water caresses your senses, and your grateful muscles welcome the chance to rest. A pleasant languor spreads through your body as you allow yourself a moment of quiet relaxation. Wait, you can invite someone? Is this an arrow game? I wish to see someone from my retinue. Which of them would you like me to summon, your lordship? This feels like it's going to go very, very badly. Summon the Sister of Battle to the bathroom? Are you conditioning your body with water treatments? How commendable. Allow me to share some of the water exercises I learnt at the Scholar Progenium. Argenta does not wait for a reply, but immediately launches into a series of detailed instructions. Hold on a moment. Fail. Willpower test failed. You cannot help but follow the sister's lead as she demonstrates each exercise. Argenta briskly explains how to stretch your muscles correctly. She makes you repeat each exercise multiple times as she teaches you the best way to do bends and squats. Her eyes are alight with righteous fire, and her voice rings out with conviction. She shows the same dedication to completing each exercise as she does to destroying heretics. The sister is tireless. It is a challenge to keep up with her unrelenting pace, but you refuse to accept defeat. Your muscles are starting to ache by the time you finish the exercises, but your body feels invigorated. Argenta wipes the sweat from her brow with an air of satisfaction. Good work. A healthy body is like a finely tuned bolter, a worthy instrument of his will. I will take my leave now. Rest and recover your strength. Relax and close your eyes. The tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete stillness. Joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore. Before long, you have surrendered to the bastion of your body to the bliss of oblivion. Troubles, worries, loss, such things do not belong in this newly established dominion of tranquility. There are only the infinite waters of weightlessness, in which, stripped of all things superficial, the mind of Bear von Valentius drifts in silent bliss. It is a conscious mind. What fills this consciousness? Does this just get us, like, extra points down a certain path or something? The thoughts of those who keep him afloat in these waters. Who will drown and who will he manage to pull to the surface? It does give you points. I'm assuming we can't, like, there's gonna be, like, downtime in when you can and can't do that. Yeah, so where are we? We've got, we did that first big one, which got us a 15 into Dogmatic, and we've done a couple of points of, Iconoclast now as well. Hey, office density? Thanks for the follow. It is in fact Persona. Oh dear. Okay, so that just switches between the bridge and the captain's quarters. I think? Or does this also lead elsewhere? This is specifically to the Lord Captain's quarters. We haven't gone to the chapel yet, I don't think.
Ugh, they're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, alright? So you lots can calm down.
Excellence matters.
The machine uses many quills to commit the astropath's whispers to paper, then sorts the resulting raw mental images based on their meaning. Yeah, there's definitely parts of the OST that start going into, like, Mechanicus territory. The throne is furnished with a conductive charge supply and can be turned into an instrument of execution at any moment. Oh, I see.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Stuff randomly hanging around the ship, don't mind me. Loot my own crap. Out underneath the grill, you can see enormous outlines of formidable machines in greenish haze. Something happened. Last beacon cannot be saved from the 13th storm. The lapsed father's beloved son will open his yawning maw. Oblivion is inevitable. After the boundless sunset comes the horrific sunrise, brought forth into the wailing world from the womb of Lord.
A new challenge for me?
Oh, we've heard of this guy, but we haven't had a chance to meet him yet. Zachary Weiss. Choir Master Zachary Weiss, a tall old man in a long green robe, stands motionless in front of a cogitator. The closer you approach, the clearer you can hear his continuous, unintelligible whisper. You're about to call his name when he falls silent sharply and turns towards you first. Lord Captain. A visit from the rogue trader is an honor for us. Like other astropaths at the chapel, the choirmaster's eyes are bandaged over with time-worn scrolls of sacred manuscripts. Nevertheless, you cannot shake the feeling that his otherworldly glowing gaze is studying you keenly. How can I be of use to you, your lordship? Sanctioning is a brutal procedure, one which robs every astropath the gift of sight, but in return they gain a new kind of vision that allows them to see what ordinary people cannot. Remind me, who are you? The wrinkled face and drooping corners of the mouth look focused yet courteous at the same time. My name is Zachary Weiss, your lordship. I am the choir master of the Astropathic Choir. I was posted to this ship soon after my soul-binding ritual on Holy Terror. You might say I've been serving House von Valancius all my life. Have you made a confession lately? Beg your lordship's pardon? Never mind. How did you like serving under Lady Theodora? I served her for 2 decades and never knew of the other... never knew another Lord Captain before your ascension. With her, I had been through the choir master falls silent, as though briefly transported in his mind to another place. A shadow of regret creeps into his face. Many things. Hey, Periapsis, how's it going? The Steel Battalion Controller, that's quite the unique monstrosity. Lady Theodora had a good understanding of my significance within the overall mechanism of the ship's service. Poorly concealed irritation creeps from the expression of regret on his face, which, however, did not stop her from neglecting my warnings. I am confused, so how old are you? If my calculations are correct, having factored in our movements through the warp, then I turned 34 a month and a half ago. There is a pause. You can't quite decide if the old man in front of you is joking, but there is not the slightest hint of smile on his face. Tell me about the Astropathic Choir. Of course, Lord Captain. Is there something specific you'd like to know? What is this place? To us astropaths, this place is our cradle and our grave, Lord Captain. You're at the conflux of every secret missive, every order of prime importance, every scheme being plotted behind the scenes. You're at a place where each of your loyal astropaths is ready to lay down their life, crumbs of information, if that is your wish. We receive and send messages. For hours turning into days, we wander the dark depths of the Immaterium, carrying our voice through the warp's eternal night, bringing it to our comrades in some remote refuge. Accepting the voices, signals, and missives of others into our own abode. Those are most often meant for you, your lordship, and at times they are meant for no one. Point to the mechanical drum. What is this device? The sacred compiler that helps us record, store, and, to an extent, unriddle messages. The astropaths first receive these messages in the form of muddled images, dictating what they see to the machine, which logs every word. From these reels, the receivers on the ceiling... From the reels of the receivers on the ceiling, the machine records recorded words routed through lines under the floor into transcribers and then the thesaurus core. This core is the most important part of the mechanism, as it interprets a vast catalog of various symbols and methods for their interpretation. Though as it contains... The compiler matches the images in the message against its data and forwards the results to the central cogitator and myself so I can begin the ritual of decoding. I know of no other choir that possesses so wise a mechanism, and I praise the God Emperor for its existence. However, while the compiler hastens the extraction of intelligible meaning from perplexing imagery, an astropath must still open their mind to interpretation, which is no less perilous than the rites of receiving or sending astropathic messages. If your machine knows the meaning of the symbols, why can't it decode the messages itself? Regrettably for all of us, your lordship, astropathic messages are not ciphered dispatches, but rather psychic imprints containing information. Only an astropath can read the entirety of something created through the medium of the warp. Furthermore, as messages pass through the immaterium, they might become distorted by malevolent intent. It falls to your servants alone that they might to shield their mind with faith and separate the true meaning from the influence of the ruinous powers. So if you wanted to hide certain information from me, you could. My duty is to shield you from the monstrous communications that filter through the warp. The screams of the Emperor's loyal servants, centuries dead by now. The nightmarish, maddening images of the Sea of Souls. An alternate dimension of pure energy and madness existing as a mirror to real space, also known as the Imperium, the Empyrean, the Aether, the Sea of Souls, and warp space. The cursed symbols from that cause astropaths to convulse in violent fits of frenzy. The messages from abominations in search of weak minds to devour. Concealing all of that from you is my duty. How does one become an astropath? We were all part of the Imperial Tithe once, psychos delivered to terror on the black ships. But only a few of the candidates had what it took to study astropathy. Fewer still succeeded completing the grueling training to be eligible for soul binding, and almost none survived the initiation. We were given the privilege to behold the Emperor's light, a light flawless and searing. A smile visits his lips. That changes you. It wounds you irreparably. It takes your eyesight, but in exchange you commune with greatness. Its presence in our souls fortifies them as we stand against malicious powers. After the ritual, an astropath is assigned their position. At this or that adeptus or astropathic relay or a ship. More often than not, our first place of service is also our last. If something happens to your choir, where can I find new astropaths? It would be more on point to say when something happens. The Emperor's blessings protect us from the warp's various influences. However, there are horrors dwelling in the void for which even this defense would be no obstacle, especially if one spends as much time in their company as we do. There is only one way to procure astropaths, and that is through the Adeptus Administratum. Luck permitting, unattached astropaths from the sector will be posted to the ship. Ones who, for whatever reason, have lost their place of servitude. Failing that, the request will go to Terra, and we will have to wait a long time. That said, there are other options. Blasphemous, forbidden options. The Choir Master Grimaces. Unsanctioned psychers. Unprotected and broken souls who seldom live past their first few seances. But even those would do should the God Emperor put our souls through severe trials. And judging by how rabid the warp has been of late, by the number of dead astropaths, those trials will be upon us sooner than our prayers could reach Terra. I know a couple of places where you can get new astropaths, Hydra grins maliciously. That's of course if you don't insist on them being all classy and proper like this fried-eyed bunch. Want to discuss other topics. That odd noise inside the chapel does not bother you? On the contrary, Lord Captain, It is a mental focusing technique used by your flagship's choir, one that I invented myself. The music was written by an astropath. What my charges and I hear on it is not what ordinary people hear. Its true depth and beauty cannot be fathomed without the Emperor's blessing. The music protects our minds from rudimentary thoughts, purifies and sharpens them, but above all else, it serves as a beacon of sorts amid the tumultuous sea of souls, a thread to lead us home from the deadly maze. I've witnessed the death of one of your astropaths. What happened? May the God Emperor rest his soul and protect him from the ruinous powers, tenacious claws. That was the 5th one this month. Our younger voices cannot handle the warp storms raging in the expanse, and end up losing their minds. He adds barely audibly, if they are lucky. Something is afoot on the other side of the moor, Lord Captain. Something infinitely sinister, something disastrous. Scraps of mental images that reach us from the Imperium carry the mark of doom. The images emanating from there are like a beast bearing its teeth. You've heard accounts of disturbances in the warp affecting psychers, especially astropaths who have delved most deeply into the Immaterium. But there have been more and more alarming stories of late. Something is raging in the warp, something that poses a particular threat to those with psychic powers. We will speak later, Choirmaster. I have business to attend to. Goodbye, your lordship. Choirmaster follows you with his otherworldly gaze, glowing gaze as you leave, and then turns back to the cogitators.
I won't tolerate weakness. I did fine.
We're just like dinking around with the cogitators and like making them work? Question mark? Yeah, Lord Captain does tech support, exactly. Protect us from the machine spirit's unrest, for without his gifts our sacrifices are fruitless. You can barely hear the voice of the young astropath standing very still next to the bulky mechanism, his face frozen in a mask of despair. His anemic hands are pressed to his chest, clutching crumpled strips of thick paper. He hears you approach and composes himself. Stigma AR-87. The engine seer, his head lowered, does not so much as glance in your direction. His hands folded underneath his robe, he makes a barely visible, unpleasant sound. A prayer in technolingua. What's going on here? The sacred compiler is ailing, your lordship. The gloom has come over the machine spirits, and they are disrupting the mechanism's operation. The 12th row of the drum is now adding incorrect symbols. The man shows you a stack of paper, and you notice at once that the rows of squiggles in each line all end with the same glyph. You summon the servants of the Omnissiah, but the machine spirits are none too eager to heed their prayers. The esteemed engine seer is in a state of tech prayer trance and hasn't moved from the spot for a day now. He shrinks his head into his shoulders timidly. I had the audacity to think that the sacred compiler could be better helped by examining its parts, but who am I to question the secret knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanicus? Let's see if there's any way I can help. Do I need like a tech priest companion or something? Oh, this one's much harder. Nope. Failed. What?
Done.
Oh, is it? It's the case of like I need to fix all of these? Is that what's going on? I don't.
I rise to the occasion.
I'm restless. How may I?
We are the spear. We shall prevail.
I assume none of them have a higher tech use.
I did fine. We must act. It's about time. This cannot be.
I wonder now. Is it? Is it static RNG? Because a 50-50 chance. Can you, like, save state abuse it?
Excellence matters.
You can.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Yes?
I'm always ready. Follow my lead.
Yeah, as I said earlier, just casually looting my own ship. Don't worry about it.
What in the world? Victory awaits.
Which one's the... Oh, that one. I'm actually gonna have to finish up very shortly. I've just noticed I'm kind of running shy on time.
I tire of violence. Let's move. We must act. Done.
Your lordship, the astropath smiles at you. A shy, awkward smile of someone unused to smiling. Sacred mechanism is working again with no disruptions. With a trembling hand, the Psyker hands you a strip of paper with smooth rows of etched characters, this time containing no errors. The engine seer rises proudly to his feet and says in Low Gothic, a language he has clearly not had much practice in. With sacred words and virtuous thoughts turned towards the machine god, I have been able to pacify the mechanism's wayward spirits. The Omnissiah blesses us. How lucky we are that the venerable tech priest is so pious and wise. I recommend installing 2 incense burning units in this compartment to prevent the spirit's continued anger. The unit Zachary Weiss will be provided with a list of minor recommendations, 142 in total, for improvements to this compartment's maintenance. Failure to implement will result in sanctions on the behalf, on part of the Adaptus Mechanicus priesthood.
They say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
Your Lordship, I have something for you. The Choirmaster hands you a sheet of paper with uniform lines of machine type etched into it. Thanks to your assistance in repairing the compiler, we've been able to interpret a most curious message. It contains a call sign that the agents of the renegade Voigtgear used in their especially important reports. Could the message have been sent from Voigtgear? He was more likely the intended recipient. When was the signal sent? I cannot say with certainty, Your Lordship. Following the repair work, I went through the text that had defied decoding before. The signal had lost its way into the bowels of the mechanism. It could be week old or years. What does the message say? Only a few words. Lilamede Odinathius 11. The winds have ceased. It is done. Now, Lilamede is Voigtgear's call sign for special reports. The rest is code we are unfamiliar with. That said, we know where to look for the truth. The Odanthius 11 system? We'll get to the bottom of that message. Have no doubt, Your Lordship. Oh, hey, Anam, how's it going? I think we've done all we can back here. Unfortunately, I'm just about to finish up because I've got things I need to do tonight. I'm just about out of time. Sorry. I had, like, my intended sort of was to finish futzing around with all the lore and the stuff on the ship, and that's about, I think, where I'm at. We're pretty good on futzing about on the ship for the moment, so before we sort of move on to poking around in space and whatnot. This seems like a pretty decent place to pack the game up, as it were. But yeah, I'm, like, unsurprisingly, I'm having a real good time playing this. We spent, like, most of today just in lore dumps, and I'm, like, I'm still ready for more lore, to be honest. But I'm thinking next stream we should hopefully hit more gameplay and stuff, as it were. There's a reason the Rogue Trader stuff is being done on a specific day of the week, the Rogue Tuesdays, because this is going to be a very long playthrough. Now, I don't expect to stream tomorrow or Thursday. Maybe Friday. Maybe. I'll see how I'm going and just sort of where I'm at, kind of thing. A lot of it is just seeing how I'm doing and holding up. No, almost certainly not Thursday. Yeah, but almost certainly not. Yeah, so sorry for finishing up just as you got here, Nam, but yeah, this will be where I pack things up for today, and we'll continue on from here next Tuesday. As I said, hopefully Friday I'll be able to get another stream in. Hopefully, it just depends on a lot of like what's going on my end and that kind of stuff. There's a lot of things up in the air at the moment. A lot of things that need tending to and whatnot. So I can potentially lose days quickly, and also just my own state. But yeah, as I said, I've got things I need to do this evening, so I am going to have to pack up here. So for now, that is all. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.